College management present, Executive Dean, Deputy Executive Dean, Directors, Prof. Daban, Prof. Modau, all CODs present, especially our COD in the Department of Inclusive Education, Professor Mtitswe, UNESCO Chair of Inclusive Education at UNISA, Professor Hebo Makuwe, our esteemed guests, and speakers, staff members present, both online and physically, students who are also with us here, staff members who are joining us from other universities online. I greet you all, ladies and gentlemen. We were supposed to start at 9, but it is now 9:12. We will see how we're going to cover the time that we have missed. There are a few basic things. Colleagues who are physically present, please be advised that there is tea. Just grab a cup of tea and some scones and come back and sit down so that we proceed. We will not have a dedicated time for tea break. I also wish to greet and introduce our sign language interpreters, Ms. Mabaso and Ms. Winnie. Thank you so much for your work. According to our program, we have to start with reflections based on what transpired in our first day of this summit yesterday. And in our reflection, I just want to drive your attention to something else, theory of a dead horse. I was so fascinated when I started reading about the theory of a dead horse, and especially in association with the implementation of inclusive education, the challenges that are experienced by the marginalized groups, both in basic education, as some of our speakers highlighted yesterday, the challenges that are the direct result of lack of adequate preparations for student teachers before they can go out to teaching, the problems related to work integrated learning, where what we teach in our African universities do not transpire into action when our students go out for actual treating. Now, after the presentations, I'm forgetting the presentation from ASWIT that was so profound in that Mr. Malo highlighted some of the things that they do, but moreover, he indicated some of the things challenges related to our accommodations, students' accommodation, and that also includes staff. We have also received presentations that highlighted that we do have policies that address the issues that we are talking about. And I also learned as I was directing the program yesterday that apparently most of us are aware of what should be done or what should be done to improve the lives of the marginalized people. But the main question that I had later was that if we are aware, then where is the problem? Hence, I thought of this theory of a dead horse, that sometimes when there is a problem with the horse, people think of maybe cracking the whip, making it much more stronger so that the horse can run faster than expected and meet the goals. Sometimes you think of changing the rider of the horse to make the situation better. In other instances, you even think of changing the branding of the horse with the hope that something will be positive. And sometimes you even look at comparing the horse with other horses. Now, I am associating this theory of a dead horse not in the sense that our efforts are not noticed. We are all doing a great job in our individual spaces. We are doing so well in South Africa in higher education and basic education, but then reaching out to the needs of the the learners in basic education and our students in higher education is still not satisfactory. So where is the problem? Should we change the brand? Should we change the rider? Should we maybe compare the horse that we are riding with others? Or what is it? We also do have vibrant policies that address the issues that we are facing pertaining to our students and staff as well. But then where is the problem? Ladies and gentlemen, our esteemed guests, I hope today's presentation will assist us maybe to highlight some of the real issues behind the challenges that we are experiencing as people, and also shed some light in terms of what else, what possible strategies can we embark on in order to improve the lives of the people, especially using African philosophy of Ubuntu, looking beyond the impairment to the soul of the person. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now request Professor Mahabula Tobejan to introduce our first speaker. I hope you will enjoy every deliberation in this, and feel free to note down the questions. We will address them as according to our program. Professor Tobejan, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Program Director?
Yes.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. And good morning, colleagues. I'm Sabati, as already introduced, and I will introduce the first speaker of the day. The first speaker of the day is a full professor in the Department of Educational Psychology at the University of Johannesburg. He is the director of the Center for Neurodiversity, which focuses on raising awareness on neurodiversity across the African continent at the University of Johannesburg. In April 2025, he was instrumental in the establishment of the African Association of Neurodiversity and African Journal of Neurodiversity. He makes a clarion call of Africa Tsoha, which is a Sotho phrase for Africa Awaken, to address the challenges of neurodiversity in Africa from the African perspectives. He undertook an awareness creation trip to the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He is passionate about career guidance, disability, philosophy of education, and philosophy of the mind. He includes the excluded through Heffapreneurship, which is the neology he coined for persons who are neither in education, employment, or training. His work is a socio-political act geared towards transformation and social change. His work yielded a brainchild in the form of a Center for Visual Impairment Studies as co-director, which is currently offering an advanced diploma in visual impairment studies since 2020. Our speaker comes from the University of Johannesburg, Department of Educational Psychology, and he is the director for the Center for Neurodiversity. And he is none other than Prof. Maximum Monaheng Sefotho. Over to you, Prof. Sefotho.
Thank you, Prof, for the good introduction and greetings, colleagues. May I borrow the protocol that has been so eloquently ushered to us by Dr. Mukuma, and kindly allow me to go straight into the presentation, as it has been alluded to the fact that we have started late. Kindly note that my voice might not be my usual one, as I had indicated that flu had taken the best of me. Today, I'm going to be focusing on latching on the theme of transforming universities for equity, access, and belonging. And I chose specifically of neurodivergent students and workers who are amongst us. Let it be noted that we have across universities neurodivergent students, but we also do have neurodivergent workers. And the question is, how do we as universities, both as institutions that educate and also employ, take care of issues of equity, access, and belonging of our neurodivergent colleagues and students? We are from the Center for Neurodiversity at the University of Johannesburg, charged with issues of neurodiversity as a national hub in the country. This is a center which is one of the three established under the auspices of higher education and training and European Union. Allow me to borrow from Carl Jung as a point of departure the words that I think drive the message home towards the gist of what we are going to be talking about. When he said that as far as we can discern, the sole purpose of human existence is to kindle a light of meaning in the darkness of mere being. This to me says that we are all seeking for meaning of our existence. And therefore, to penetrate this darkness, we must summon all of the powers of enlightenment that consciousness can offer. What does that mean in terms of equity, access, and inclusion? Across the world, across the country, we are beating the drums of inclusion. But while we are doing so, neurodiversity is left out of the conversation. Yes, drips and drabs here and there, but it is not highlighted. This is why later on when I speak of issues of policy, you will see that there's still a dilemma, even in terms of addressing the neurodivergent community. We still conflate neurodiversity and disability. And this is a hot debate because of the nature of what neurodiversity is. What neurodiversity does is that it recognizes that neurological differences, and it gives some of the examples, such as autism, which is now booming around the world. Mostly people know when you talk of autism, there's something called autism. And then you have ADHD and what we could call also learning disabilities, challenges, disorders, some of which would be dyslexia, dyspraxia, dysgraphia, and the rest. And neurodiversity considers this as natural variations in the human experience, rather than, that's where the issue comes in of now how do we conflate this with disability, rather than deficits to be corrected. Can we really correct autism? Can we really correct ADHD? Can we really correct dyslexia? Can we really correct dyspraxia, dysgraphia, you name it? What this means, therefore, is that because neurodiversity has been overlooked, there are barriers to student success, as well as our colleagues in the workplaces. There is an invisibility. One would be surprised if you were to visit disability units and ask how many neurodivergent students do you have in your list of students who have registered. Mostly you wouldn't find such a list because, again, that tug of war between neurodiversity and disability, it will always be under disability. This talks to the policy dimension, which leaves much to be desired, because again, we ask ourselves, I want to make an example here. If you were to meet a neurodivergent person and you did not know they are actually neurodivergent, and policy says treat this person as normal, as a person who you have to treat in this particular way, and the person approaches you and they are autistic and mute, you will be at loss in terms of how to deal with such a person. So policies, yes, clubbing them together with disability, but is that actually the way to go? I just want to make a difference here and say that we have to emphasize that while we are thinking towards policy, neurodiversity goes beyond what we see. It's quite a wide spectrum of what we have to be dealing with. And we have pointed only towards a few, but there's much more. For example, if one were to talk about something called the Tourette's syndrome, not many of us would be aware of what that is, but it falls under neurodiversity, and it falls under that umbrella that has so many conditions in it which are inexhaustible. There are challenges, and many of these are towards our right. As we can see here, it says all of these, some of the challenges, not even many of them. But I think for today's presentation, the issue of self-determination to me stands out. And it goes again towards challenging the issue of being viewed as impaired. As I've talking about the issue of not being looked at as being disabled, but only as different. We know that neurodiversity has all these many other aspects that we have to be dealing with. And this goes to show the challenge that is facing us if we are to be inclusive institutions of higher learning. What are we doing about all that we are seeing in front of us? How are we even taking care of the student who comes in front of you and they are at the university, and when they are supposed to construct a paragraph, a mere paragraph, it becomes a problem, especially when they are not using technology, but it is the hand and the pen and the paper. That's where you see a lot of problems coming in, because technology is not there to help this person, but this person is themselves. We go on, ladies and gentlemen, then and look at the pillars of neurodiversity, where now we are saying that by emphasis, neurodiversity occurs naturally. Yes, there are many different types of brains, and we operate in different ways. Therefore, issues of equality, diversity, we have to take care of everyone's needs. And currently, there's a collective value and strength in diversity, where we can say, what is it that we can learn from people who are neurodivergent? Because they do have gifts, but we are the ones who may not be in the know-how of such gifts. So we have to embrace neurodiversity affirming practices that help us to allow our neurodivergent students and employees in the universities to be truly included, not to be operating on the margins. I would like to say that we have had the opportunity to work with the Office of the Premier, with the help of a good friend of mine, Mr. Zain Bulbulia, where we were afforded the opportunity to look at the policy, as it were, of protection and promotion of persons with disabilities. It didn't have neurodiversity. And we had to say, there is a dilemma if we will put together in one basket people with disabilities and people who are neurodivergent. We were given the opportunity to make an input, and this for us is a step towards inclusion, equity, and access, for them to be able to say to the world, here we are, here are our stories, this is how we would like to be assisted. Ladies and gentlemen, in terms of what we do at the University of Johannesburg, we have teacher development implementation of inclusive education, and these are the modules that we have in terms of issues of neurodiversity. And at the first level, from first year to second year, we have the theory-based modules, followed by then methodological choices, the electives there, where now our students can still go ahead, but focusing on neurodiversity, so that at fourth year, they are now saying to themselves, we are well trained, we think we can go out there. And this is now linked to the wheel, where we hope that our graduates will have the attribute of being able to take care of issues of neurodiversity. Yes, this was alluded to. This is the space not for the University of Johannesburg. This is the space for Africa, where we are saying, here is an association. We are inviting membership because out there in the world, others are taking care of their own. It is time for Africa to arise and take care of its own. Let its voice out there be heard. We are looking towards the first issue being published, hopefully, before the end of this year, of the African Journal of Neurodiversity. Yes, I do know the politics of publication, but if we don't support this, it's not going to go anywhere. Most importantly, for us, the issue of employability for inclusion is very important. So we are looking towards inclusive employment and employability as key areas that we are saying even when we are training, even when we are including, even when we are creating equity and access, let those be geared towards these three aspects. And I would like to take a leaf from Fundi that trains and is working together with the HET to train most of our neurodivergent people to help them to enter the world of work. And the gaps that were identified by them are that many schools lack digital literacy programs, and then the digital divide is still there, and many graduates lack the expertise needed for AI-driven jobs. This goes to say that there is a lack of understanding of the power of neurodiversity and what our neurodivergent people can do in the space of AI. Now, opportunities in this area then point towards upskilling in terms of them being included in cybersecurity, data science and AI development, cloud computing, robotics, and program networking, and the rest. So for us, it is important that certain human-centric professions should remain essential, although AI is there. These are where, again, we feel that our neurodivergent colleagues should be accommodated, included, and be assisted to have access. So again, transforming education in this digital age, we must think towards modernizing the education system, training teachers in digital literacy and mathematics, improving internet infrastructure in schools, and again, shifting from rote memorization to critical thinking and problem solving. Employers have been crying about this, and this is time that we should be working towards addressing that. We want to conclude by talking about one aspect that is very important, neuro-entrepreneurship. This is a new term that, when we look at it linking from philosophy, was driven by Heidegger. I heard a program director talking about the theory of the dead horse, and I thought, again, we are talking about the theory of nothing, which says even if there is nothing created for the neurodivergent community, but it is now an opportunity for us to recreate the entrepreneurial program to address our neurodivergent colleagues in the space. So neuro-entrepreneurship should be the way to go in all of their abilities, where we can say they can play a role, let them be included. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention, and I appreciate the opportunity to have been able to speak at this summit. Thank you, Program Director.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Sfoto. I was lucky to meet you different places years ago, and I'm happy to meet you in this platform. And I think you always have this passion, or display this passion about exclusion and marginalization. That one would say that maybe there's something pushing you. No, I've noticed something, that most people who are too involved into disability and inclusion and all of its forms have got a sibling, have got someone at home, a relative, but people like you are just God's people who are driven by the spirit of Ubuntu, that as long as someone is outside when it is raining, so we shouldn't celebrate anything. Prof, I hope our audience will take notes and also write down the questions that may be entertained later in the program. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Professor Hlabati, I'd like you to invite you to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Our second speaker is a highly accomplished professor of inclusive and special education at the University of Education, Winneba in Ghana. With over 30 years of dedicated experience in academia, he stands out as one of Ghana's foremost experts on inclusive curriculum design, educational interventions for persons with disability, and policy development. He is a faculty member in the Department of Special Education at the university. Over his tenure, he has assumed critical administrative leadership roles to shape educational research and policy within the institution. From 2017 to 2019, he was appointed as the Dean of the then Faculty of Educational Studies. He also served as the Director of the Institute for Educational Research and Innovation Studies, driving impactful academic output and basic education strategies. His career is defined by his passion for empowering vulnerable groups and advocating for accessible learning spaces. And on policy development, he served as a key consultant in driving Ghana's national inclusive education policy in 2015. On toolkit innovation, he co-authored seminal practical materials, including the Universal Design for Learning Toolkit and identifying and supporting struggling learners in Ghana. On national studies, he acted as the principal researcher for the National Survey investigating local systems capacities to execute inclusive education across Ghanaian communities. And on inclusive urban transit, he collaborated on the Situate project alongside educational foundations, analyzing the lived experiences of persons with disabilities navigating public transit systems in Accra and Nairobi. He holds a robust list of academic degrees and technical certificates from institutions in Ghana and the United Kingdom. A PhD in Educational Studies majoring in Special Education from the University of Birmingham in the United Kingdom in 2007. A postgraduate certificate in Research in Education from the University of Birmingham in 2004. The Master of Philosophy in Educational Studies through a joint collaboration between the University of Cape Coast in Ghana and Eastern Washington University in the United States of America, and that is in 2000. B.Ed in Special Education from the University College of Education in Winneba with first class honors in 1992, and a diploma in special education from the College of Special Education, Mampong Akuameb, with first class honors in 1990. His recent publications and inquiries expand into cross-disciplinary socio-educational structures. He's currently focusing on play-based pedagogy, where he investigates the gaps between a teacher's knowledge and actual practice when integrating play into basic school classrooms. And inclusive urban infrastructure, where he collaborates with international bodies to measure urban transit accessibility for disabled commuters. And his name is Professor Samuel Kweku Hayford. Over to you, Prof. Hayford.
Dr. Mkuma, I don't see Prof. Hayford on Teams.
Prof, Semaduan, can we confirm, do you have a direct contact?
Yeah, I've been talking to him on emails.
Okay.
I've been talking to him on emails. Check something.
Apologies, audience.
Yeah, the last time we spoke, he said thanks so much for the Teams link that I sent for presenting. From there, there's no other communication.
Okay. I guess we should proceed to our next speaker, Dr. T. Baker. For now, while we are sorting the issue with Professor Hayford, we extend our apologies, Professor Baker. I know you have been here since morning. Maybe you were the first to join, I guess. Please forgive us for this, but instead of waiting, allow us to give you a platform. But Professor Hlabati will introduce you first properly, then you can take over the platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. In the meantime, I will be checking Prof. Hayford in the background.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Should I continue?
Please, Prof.
Okay. Thank you. Our third speaker, colleagues, is the Deputy Head of School for Initial Teacher Education at the University of the Witwatersrand School of Education. Her professional background includes teaching in the foundation and intermediate phase classrooms, as well as remedial therapy. Despite her management role in the School for Initial Teacher Education at the university, she is teaching and supervising postgraduate studies. Her research focus is on inclusive education, teacher education, and inclusive pedagogical practices. Her name is Dr. Tanya Becker from the University of the Witwatersrand. Over to you, Dr. Becker.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let me just try and share screen for a moment and get this set up. Please just let me know if you are seeing, sorry, Prof. Mkuma. Your hand is up.
Prof, my apologies. I mistakenly raised my hand. Let me lower it down.
Perfect. I thought
your presentation is visible. Your presentation is visible, but if you can enlarge it.
I'm going to just, is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Perfect.
you.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning, colleagues. I just have to tell you, it's such an honor and a privilege to join colleagues here from across our continent. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to share this space with people who have all dedicated their lives to expanding educational opportunity, advancing equity, and strengthening higher education in Africa. Today, my intention is to use this presentation as an opportunity to reflect and ask questions. We know we've gathered under this theme of African inclusive higher education, transforming universities for equity, access, and belonging. And those are such important words: equity, access, belonging. And for many years, these words have shaped our policies and our strategic plans, our institutional missions, and our research. And they have rightly challenged us to ask difficult questions about who enters our universities, who succeeds within them, and whose voices are heard. Who belongs? And by belonging, has possibilities opened instead of closed? But today, with your permission, I would like to begin somewhere slightly different. Not with inclusive education, not with higher education, but with education itself. And I'd like to begin with a simple question. What is the greatest gift a university can give another human being? Take a moment to think about that. I'm sure if we were to take answers from colleagues across Africa, we would get lots of good answers. Knowledge, qualifications, professional competence, employment, social mobility, critical thinking, innovation, and all of those matter. Higher education changes lives because it opens doors that might otherwise have remained closed. But today, I'd like to suggest that those outcomes, important as they are not the greatest gift that universities offer. Rather, they become possibilities because of something even more fundamental. Perhaps the greatest gift a university can give another human being is the ability to imagine a future that previously seemed impossible. Perhaps the greatest gift of higher education is possibility. Not possibility in an abstract sense, but possibility in a deeply human sense, the possibility of becoming. Because we know before students become graduates and before they become professionals and researchers and leaders, they first begin to imagine that because they belong, they can. And it's that moment of imagination that changes everything. And that moment, I think, begins with an even quieter question. A question that is actually quite an invisible question. But it's a question that every person carries with them as they enter a university. It's not printed in our course outlines. It doesn't appear in our institutional policies, but it quietly comes with us into lecture venues, into residences, into the university space. And it's the question, do I matter here? And I think probably everybody listening here has asked that question. Maybe not in those exact words, but we've all felt it. The first day we entered a university, the first day we stood in front of a class, or the first committee meeting and conference we attended, the first time we wondered whether our voice belonged in the conversation. Students ask it. Lecturers ask it. Even senior leaders ask it. Every human being asks it. Because before people can contribute, before they can flourish, before they feel they belong, they first need to know they matter. When we speak about inclusive higher education, often we begin with systems, policies and structures and resources and support services and assistive technologies and reasonable accommodations and strategies or approaches like universal design for learning. And all of those are critically important. Without them, many of our students would continue to encounter unnecessary barriers to learning and participation. But today I want to suggest something that sits alongside these essential structural commitments. Structures create opportunities. People create experiences. And experiences shape what individuals believe is possible. And that distinction matters because universities do not simply educate through policies. Universities educate through people. A beautifully written inclusive education policy can't make a student feel seen. A strategic plan can't notice when someone is struggling, or an institutional vision can't learn a student's name. Only people can do those things. And yet, these very ordinary moments often become the moments students remember for the rest of their lives. Most of us can't remember every single lecture we attended, but we do remember the lecturer who believed in us before we believed in ourselves. Or the supervisor who said, "I think you're capable of more than you realize." Or the colleague who invited us into a conversation. So years later, we don't often remember the administrative process, but we remember how people made us feel. And that, I think, is one of the greatest lessons that inclusive education has to offer higher education. Inclusion is never only structural. It is profoundly relational, and relationships shape possibility. So this has led me to reconsider one of the assumptions that often underpins our work. For many years, we've spoken about universities creating belonging, and I've used that language myself. But increasingly, I wonder whether belonging is not something institutions can create directly. Perhaps institutions create something else. Perhaps institutions create the conditions in which belonging becomes possible and dignity is protected, conditions in which diversity is recognized and participation is encouraged, conditions in which equity is pursued and in which people have an opportunity to flourish. Policies matter because they create conditions. Leadership matters because it creates conditions. So do resources and culture. They matter because they create conditions. But conditions do not create experience. People do. So I found myself thinking slightly differently about universities, not as places that manufacture belonging, but as communities that create the conditions within which human possibility can emerge. And that subtle shift changes everything. Because if institutions create conditions, then communities create experiences. And if communities create experiences, then educators occupy an extraordinary place within those communities. Not because they control learning, but because every interaction they have with students communicates something. Sometimes intentionally or unintentionally, but every act communicates a message, and those messages accumulate. Over time, they begin to shape how students understand themselves, whether they belong, whether their voice matters, whether their ideas have value, and whether they should persevere. And so that's why we often say education is more than just the transmission of knowledge, but it's a profoundly human encounter. So today, I'd like to invite us to consider a different way of understanding our work, one that can be captured in these three simple ideas. Institutions create conditions, communities create experiences, and educators create possibilities. And perhaps that is where the true work of inclusive higher education begins. When I first started thinking about this presentation, I thought that belonging would be its central idea. We know belonging has become one of the defining aspirations of inclusive higher education. Across Africa and across the world, universities are increasingly recognizing that access without belonging is incomplete. We know a student may enter our institutions, may attend lectures, may even graduate, and yet still feel that they never truly belonged. So belonging matters profoundly. But as I continued reflecting on even my own experiences, I found myself asking another question. What is it that makes belonging possible? What happens before belonging? What creates the conditions in which belonging begins to emerge? And I found myself returning again and again to that quiet question I posed earlier. Do I matter here? So perhaps belonging is not where the story begins and it's not where the story ends. Perhaps belonging is what grows when people know they matter. When people know they matter, something remarkable begins to happen. They begin to participate differently. They ask questions they might previously have kept to themselves. They begin to take intellectual risks and contribute ideas. They recover more quickly from failure and become curious rather than fearful. They begin to imagine themselves as contributors rather than just recipients. In other words, they begin to see new possibilities. And perhaps that is why mattering is so important to belonging. Not because belonging is the destination, but because belonging becomes the bridge between presence and participation, between belonging and becoming. So perhaps the purpose of inclusion is not only to ensure that our students have a place within our universities, but to ensure that they begin to imagine possibilities they had never previously imagined for themselves. And that's quite a different aspiration. Belonging asks, where do I belong? Possibility asks, who might I become? And that may be one of the most important questions that higher education can help people answer. And that, I think, changes how we understand the role of educators. For many years, we've spoken about educators as facilitators of learning, and there is a truth in that. But I wonder whether there isn't a richer way of describing our work. Perhaps educators are not simply facilitators. Perhaps educators are creators of possibility. I'm not saying creators of learning, because learning cannot be manufactured. Learning belongs to students. Students construct meaning. Students make connections, wrestle with ideas, and learn. But educators create something that comes before learning. They create the possibility for learning. They create environments where questions feel welcome from everybody, where mistakes become part of growth, and where diverse ways of thinking are valued, where students feel intellectually safe enough to attempt something they may not yet be able to do, and learning grows within those possibilities. Just as belonging grows within experiences, learning grows within the possibilities created. And so that's why I don't think belonging is the final goal of inclusive education, but because belonging creates something even greater. Belonging creates the confidence to imagine, to become. And so perhaps belonging is the soil from which possibility grows. And possibility is where becoming begins. And if that's true, then one question naturally follows. If educators create possibilities, then how do we help educators learn to do that intentionally? How do we reimagine professional development? How do we prepare them not simply to teach content, but to create the kinds of learning environments in which human possibility can flourish? And I think that question leads us to reconsider professional development itself, not as training, not as compliance or acquiring another educational technique, but as learning to recognize the extraordinary influence that our everyday choices have on what other people believe is possible. And perhaps that's where professional development truly begins. Until now, a lot of the literature looks or tends to ask functional questions. What should students learn? How should we teach? Which tools improve learning? What competencies should educators develop? And those questions matter, they always will, but they only tell us what education does. They don't tell us who education becomes. Only adding a human lens does that. Every educational decision has two dimensions. One asks whether it functions effectively, and the other asks what it communicates about the humanity of the people it touches. Inclusive higher education requires us to see both. Maybe even more simply, educational excellence and human dignity are not separate conversations. They are two lenses through which we learn, or we should be trying to learn to view every educational decision. When viewed through both, you see possibility. And if that is true, then professional development suddenly becomes something very different. Traditionally, we think about professional development as developing knowledge and skills and competence, teaching strategies, and those remain important. But a deeper purpose is perhaps allowing professional development to begin to support educators to ask a different question. Not how do I teach inclusively, but how do my daily choices communicate to my students, all of my students, that they matter? So the question then is not simply what am I teaching or how am I teaching? The question becomes, what am I communicating? So let's think about that using the 5 important areas for professional development that have been identified in literature: curriculum, pedagogy, technology, bias reflection, and student voice. Today, I'd like to try and reframe each of them through the lens of communicating mattering and creating possibility. If we think about curriculum, for example, in traditional framing, the question would be, is my curriculum accessible? By reframing that, it becomes, how does my curriculum communicate to every student that they matter? And that question is answered through everyday acts of mattering, like intentionally including diverse scholars and perspectives, offering multiple pathways for engagement, and creating opportunities for students to contribute their own knowledge and experience. And through those everyday acts, the curriculum starts quietly communicating something different. It starts communicating there is a place for you in this conversation. And I think that's how belonging begins and how possibility arrives. Same thing in terms of pedagogy. The question is no longer just, how do I differentiate my teaching? But it becomes, how do my teaching choices communicate that my students matter? And again, through everyday acts of mattering, waiting slightly longer for quieter voices to emerge, encouraging effort, making space for different ways of participating. Those ordinary acts communicate something extraordinary. They communicate, I see you. We cannot be responsive in pedagogy without our students being seen. Technology as well. A traditional framing might be, how do I use accessible technology? It now can become, how can technology help students feel seen rather than invisible? And again, through everyday acts of mentoring, making sure materials are available, creating opportunities for online dialogue, designing digital spaces where every student can participate. Technology then begins to communicate that distance does not diminish your place in this learning community. If we think about reflecting on bias, the question is no longer how do I reduce unconscious bias? It becomes, what assumptions prevent me from fully seeing the people in front of me? And through everyday acts of mattering, things like including reflective dialogue, seeking student perspectives, questioning deficit assumptions, listening deeply, and approaching difference with humility rather than certainty, these practices communicate. You do not have to become someone else to belong here. In terms of student voice, the question is no longer just, how do I include student voice? It becomes, how do students know that their voices genuinely matter? And through everyday acts of mattering, inviting feedback, acting on student suggestions, co-constructing aspects of learning, the practices communicate what you think can shape what we become together. And that moves beyond consultation. It becomes partnership. And that leads to a type of transformation that changes the way we think about institutional transformation. Institutions often hope that professional development will change teaching, but institutions are creating the conditions that offer professional development that helps educators themselves feel seen. Then educators begin to experience that they matter. They develop the capacity to communicate mattering through everyday interactions, and in turn, students experience that they matter, and belonging emerges. Communities strengthen. Institutional culture begins to change. Belonging creates belonging. Community creates community, and transformation becomes self-sustaining. So then professional development is not just a one-off workshop or series of workshops. It's the lifelong work of becoming the kind of educator who expands what other people believe is possible about themselves. And this conversation matters profoundly within an African higher education context, because across our continent, we're reimagining universities. We speak of transformation, equity, social justice, and decolonization. And those conversations are essential. But Africa offers something distinctive to the conversation. Many African philosophers remind us that our humanity is realized through relationship. That community is not the background to education, but the medium through which education becomes meaningful. So that enables us to make a distinctive contribution to the global conversation, not simply asking, how do we include more students, but asking, how do we create university communities in which every person comes to know that they matter? Function without humanity produces efficiency. Humanity without function produces good intentions. Inclusive higher education requires both. It is where excellence and humanity meet that possibility is created. And if inclusive education is ultimately about creating possibility, then where would that work begin? And quite surprisingly, it's probably not with the big grand gestures. It's not with the institutional initiatives alone. It's not with the next strategic plan alone. It's not even with the next professional development program. It begins with the ordinary. Culture is not often shaped by extraordinary moments. It's shaped by everyday encounters repeated over time. Universities become what their people repeatedly do, and students come to understand who they are through what universities repeatedly communicate. So perhaps that's why the smallest moments can often have the greatest influence. Because those small moments are answering over and over and over again the question I asked previously, do I matter here? Every day, every educator answers that question for someone. Sometimes intentionally, sometimes without even realizing it. Every day, our interactions with our students are answering that question, do I matter here? Imagine for a moment what our universities might become if every educator began the day with one simple intention, not how much content must I cover today, but what possibilities might I help someone discover today? Then learning occurs within conditions that create opportunities for everyone. It applies a human lens and allows us to see the person in front of us. When we see the person, we can build a connection. When we're building a connection, we're responding with humanity. When we're responding with humanity, we're changing the trajectory. It's not about changing who people are. It's about recognizing who they are. And so throughout this presentation, I've suggested 3 simple ideas. Institutions create conditions, communities create experiences, and educators create possibilities. And I'd like to leave you with one final invitation. Possibilities are not created through grand gestures. They are created through ordinary acts carried out with extraordinary intentionality in every lecture, every supervision meeting, every curriculum decision, every assessment and interaction and conversation. Each one of those becomes an opportunity to communicate to every person within the community something profoundly important. I see you. You belong in this conversation. Your perspective matters. You may not yet see what you are capable of, but I do. And sometimes we underestimate the power of those messages. We often say universities transform lives. I believe that's true, but universities do not transform lives as institutions. People transform lives. Institutions make that transformation possible. Communities sustain it. Educators enact it. Students embrace it. And together we create it. And that brings us back to the beginning. I asked you the question, what is the greatest gift a university can give another human being? Earlier I said the greatest gift is possibility. Maybe it's even something more fundamental. The greatest gift a university can offer another human being is the experience of being seen in ways that allow them to imagine new possibilities for themselves. Because possibility doesn't begin with information. It begins with recognition, with dignity, with relationship, with mattering. So belonging is not the destination of inclusive higher education. Belonging is the beginning of possibility. Belonging gives people confidence to ask a new question, not simply where do I belong, but who might I become? To me, that's the defining question of higher education that should be available for every student coming into the community. Every student who enters our universities is becoming someone. Every educator who stands before a class is becoming someone. Every leader shaping the institution is becoming someone. Every university itself is becoming something. The question is never whether becoming is taking place. The question is, what are we helping one another to become? So thank you for giving me the time and space to reflect. And thank you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Dr. Becker. Not sure whether I should say Becker or Becker. You'll correct us because you met her.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
How do we read it?
It's Becker.
Becker. Thank you so much. You have shared some profound information about belonging that it's not an end in itself, and it's also about making our students and everyone else feel that they matter and that they belong here. And I am reminded of something that was written by Vic Finkelstein, one of the disability advocates in South Africa who ended up in the United Kingdom, that another risk that another thing which is a risk that we do when we're trying to to address the issue of disability is that we embark on the helper and the helped relationship, where when we provide support, the student feels that she doesn't belong and she is a charity case. She should be grateful of what we offer, and not because she belongs, not because she deserves the treatment that we offer, but because we offering something like the charities to the student. So I also want to challenge our students based on your vibrant presentation that always remember that we are not helpers here. We are in a relationship with our students. We are in a relationship as a community with the learners that we teach. So that will make things much lighter. Thank you so much. I'm happy, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, that Professor Hayford is with us here. Apologies, Prof. I know with technology, anything is possible. Anything is possible. But since you now present, let me kindly give you this opportunity to share wisdom with us. We have already properly introduced you. It is on our records. For now, we will just give you the platform. Thank you so much. Prof. Hayford, you can just unmute and start your presentation. Elected patients, colleagues, and guests, technology is not something that we should be scared of, but we should embrace even the challenges that we encounter in technology. There is nothing that we can say it's just a major risk. Prof will be with us right now. He is with us. I think it's just a minor thing. Prof, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Prof, thank you. Thank you. We're so excited. We have properly introduced you earlier. You can now kindly share wisdom on this issue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. And is my presentation shared already? Hello, can you see my presentation?
No.
It's not showing yet, Prof. Are you sharing your screen?
I think it's showing now.
Yeah, let's give it some
I
seconds.
think Prof is sharing the screen, but it's not yet reflected on our side. Mr. Matuan, do you have the copy of the presentation?
I think there's a delay with the network.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So you don't have the copy of the presentation?
No. Prof, can you also send the presentation to me?
Sure.
Sure, please do so.
And then they can share on their side just to address the issue of delay. We should think it's because of network. While we're still waiting for the slides to come up, colleagues.
Has it come, please?
It looks like it's coming, but it's not yet here. We can't see it at the moment.
No, I've sent it to your email.
Yeah, it hasn't arrived yet. It hasn't arrived.
We should exercise patience. It will arrive.
Yeah.
I think, Prof, it's a long trip from Ghana to South Africa. I had a friend some years ago who used to tell, he was from Ghana. He used to tell me that it's just a long distance.
Yes, it is. But technology at this time should be able to deal with all these problems.
Yeah. And it must still pass at customs.
Prof. Hayford, I think you also joined with two advices. Two
yes,
devices.
I'm trying to connect with two.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, I think you have joined with two devices, and that will create ego when you present.
Yes, I will want you.
Oh, he's on two devices. The email hasn't arrived, Doc.
Hello? Yes, there were two.
Yeah, the email.
But then
I still don't have.
Unfortunately, now she's with an organization. He's still here, but we can't hear him.
Prof. Hayford, please unmute your mic. The email still hasn't arrived. Yes, Prof. Ntombela. So it's a very long journey.
Just noticed that there are colleagues who have just joined online.
Yeah.
I note you, Professor Enza. Welcome. I note you, Professor Dombela. Welcome.
Dr. Mkuma, I still haven't received the email, and we seem to be struggling with Prof. Should we go to the next one and then try him again afterwards? Dr. Mkuma? Dr. Mkuma,
So
you're
do you
muted.
think we should,
Yeah.
hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
I was asking if we
Yeah.
can move to the next one.
Yes, should we
While
take
we're
the
wait-
next speaker while we're sorting out the issue of Prof. Hayford?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Okay. Okay.
Dr. Mkuma,
So
there's a delay, yeah?
in this case, let us kindly request our colleague, Ms. Mamahobo, to introduce our next speaker. There is?
Yeah, she's coming.
Over to you, Ms. Mamahobo. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Ms. Mamakhobo, as I've already been introduced, and I'm going to be introducing our next speaker, Dr. Nomsa Treasure Maseko. Dr. Nomsa Treasure Maseko is an inclusive education specialist and advocate with expertise in visual impairments, hearing impairments, assistive technologies, and social inclusion. Her work focuses on transforming education to advance for institutions where students are empowered, seen, and valued, and where access leads to meaningful participation, dignity, and academic success. Dr. Maseko is committed to positioning inclusive education not as an afterthought, but as the foundation of institutional excellence and holistic university life. Over to you, Dr. Maseko.
Thank you very much, Director. I'm just wondering, am I audible? Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, sign language interpreters. Great gratitude for the colleagues across the continent who have joined. Gratitude to the College of Education, to Professor M.O. Maguve for this beautiful opportunity.
Yes.
What an honor it is for me to be here today. Good morning, colleagues and esteemed leaders. Let us begin with an uncomfortable truth. The title of my presentation is From Presence to Belonging, Transforming Eswatini Higher Education for Students with Visual Impairments. When a university in the Kingdom of Eswatini registers 3 or maybe 4 students with visual impairments, our annual reports celebrate. We record it as a major milestone. We tell our stakeholders that we are transforming. But what happens on Monday morning when those students step onto campus for the very first time? Must they rely entirely on the charity of other students to help them across a campus without any tactile pavings? If they miss assignment deadlines because of online systems that are unreadable by screen reader softwares, what should be happening to them? Or if they're quietly advised to drop out of the science, technology, engineering, mathematics stream because apparently we cannot accommodate them, then we have failed. We have achieved numerical inclusion, but we have not achieved any structural belonging. Today, I want to discuss how we can bridge the gap across Eswatini higher education institutions. Realities in Eswatini higher education institutions. This figure highlights a significant gap between access and success. As you see just behind me, we have approximately 21.5% of students with disabilities in the Kingdom of Eswatini who are able to gain access into higher tertiary institutions. But only 4.5% of those students are able to graduate and succeed. This stark disparity demonstrates that admission alone does not guarantee success. The challenge is no longer simply opening university doors, but it is ensuring that students are supported throughout their academic journey. These findings call for a shift from measuring institutional success by enrollment figures to evaluating how effectively universities promote student persistence, achievement, and a genuine sense of belonging. Building inclusive campuses requires accessible infrastructure, assistive technologies, inclusive teaching practices, adequate student support services, and institutional cultures where every student can thrive. Indeed, we will all agree after the few presentations that access does open doors, but belonging ensures that the students stay, that they succeed, and that they graduate. This is the next frontier of inclusive higher education in Africa. The Eswatini context and policy paradox. These are the policy frameworks that are international, and those that are below are the ones that are national. At international level, Eswatini has demonstrated strong commitment by becoming a signatory to key global frameworks. These include the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Salamanca Statement and Framework for Action on Special Needs Education, Protocol of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Education of Persons with Disabilities in Africa, and the International Covenant on Economical, Social, and Cultural Rights. So those are international frameworks that Eswatini is signatory to. Together, these instruments affirm that education is a fundamental human right and that students with disabilities must have equal opportunities to participate fully in education. At national level, these commitments have been reinforced through progressive legislation and policy. We have the National Disability Policy, SWAZO National Disability Plan of Action, Persons with Disabilities Act. We have the Constitution of the Kingdom of Eswatini, Standards for Inclusive Education, and the Education Sector Policy. All these frameworks provide a solid and legal foundation for inclusive education. However, despite all this impressive policy landscape, me and you would agree that many students with disabilities continue to encounter barriers within higher education institutions. This is what brings me to look at the missing link as to what exactly is missing. The challenge is no longer whether policies exist, because they do. The challenge is translating these international commitments and national laws into campus-specific implementation. Universities need to move beyond policy compliance towards practical action solution. This means ensuring accessible infrastructure, providing assistive technologies, embedding universal design for learning into teaching, strengthening disability support services, building staff capacity, and creating institutional cultures where students genuinely experience participation and belonging. The question for us now is not whether Eswatini has the right policies, as I've earlier said. The question is, how do we then ensure that every university campus reflects these commitments through the daily experiences of learners who are living with disabilities? That is actually where the real transformation should begin, from commitments on paper to meaningful inclusion in practice. Belonging, a key driver of equity and student success. Belonging refers to students experiencing acceptance and respect, recognition of their identities, equal participation across all university facets, positive relationships with their peers, positive relationships with their lecturers, representation in university life. I really would like to ask everyone in this house. We have a university, and for me, I'm a proudly Unisan. I'm just wondering, how many students do we have in Student Representative Council? How many do we have working within the departments, within the faculties? How many do we have in non-academic staff, those with disabilities? How many do we have in Senate, in management positions? Because by virtue of these students realizing that they too see people who are disabled, who are up there in those high positions, really gives them somebody to look up to and something to work towards achieving. And belonging finally refers to confidence that they matter within the institution. Research consistently links belonging with higher academic achievements, improved mental well-being, increased retention, greater graduation dates, and enhanced student engagement. And now I'd like to look at barriers to access, barriers to belonging. As we discuss transforming higher education for equity, access, and belonging, it is important to recognize that barriers that continue to prevent many students with disabilities from full participation in university life. We have these 4 barriers that you see that are behind me: structural barriers, social barriers, academic barriers, and institutional barriers. These 4 barriers are interconnected. Together, they influence not only whether students can access higher education, but also whether they also feel valued, supported, and empowered to succeed. The first category is structural barriers. Many students still encounter inaccessible buildings, inaccessible lecture halls, libraries, residences. Access is further limited by inadequate assistive technologies, unreliable transport, and financial constraints that make it difficult to acquire specialized learning resources or meet the additional costs that is associated with disability. The second category is academic barriers. While students may gain admission to university, they often face curricula that is not designed with diverse learning needs in mind. Inclusive teaching practices are not consistently applied. Assessments are sometimes inaccessible, and learning materials are frequently unavailable in the formats such as Braille, large print, audio, and other accessible digital versions. These barriers affect students' ability to participate and demonstrate their knowledge on an equal basis with their peers. The third one there is social barriers. Inclusion is more about physical access. Students with disabilities may experience stigma, discrimination, and low expectations from others. Many report feelings of isolation, feelings of exclusion, and sometimes feelings of being bullied. These experiences undermine confidence, they undermine the mental well-being, and ultimately their sense of belonging within the entire university community. Finally, we have the institutional barriers. Many universities still have a weak disability support system, limited staff training on inclusive education, and policies that are either inadequate or poorly implemented. Having policy alone is not enough. Effective implementation, institutional leadership, and accountability are essential if inclusion is to become a lived reality. As we move forward, our focus must shift from simply removing barriers to intentionally creating environments where every student is able to learn, where every student is able to participate, contribute, and truly belong. These are case studies from the ground, from students with visual impairments from the Kingdom of Eswatini. These are verbatim texts of what they have experienced within campus. I missed 2 weeks of lectures because my screen reader could not log into the updated campus library portal. Another said, I was going to the toilet and I tripped over a pit that was dug by the maintenance officers. I was in a cast for 3 months. Another said, I reside in a town 8 kilometers away from the university. I struggle with transport to and from the university, especially in the mornings and on rainy days. Another said there's a lack of learning materials in Braille and audio. So this is the resource struggle. There's lack of proper infrastructure, lack of assistive technology and devices to grant these students equality. Such is the plight of learners with visual impairments in the Kingdom of Eswatini. The paradigm shift, universal design for learning, a pathway to access, a pathway to belonging. Having discussed the barriers that students with disabilities face, the next question is, how then do we remove these barriers? Having discussed the barriers that students with disabilities face, the next question is, how do we remove these barriers? One of the most effective approaches is the universal design of learning, or UDL. Rather than expecting students to adapt to the university system, UDL encourages universities to design teaching and learning environments that are flexible and accessible from the onset. This benefits not only the students with disabilities, but it benefits all the other students within the campus. This framework is built on 3 key pillars, as you said. The first is multiple means of engagement. This focuses on how we motivate and engage students in learning. Students learn differently and are inspired by different approaches. Universities should provide choices, create meaningful learning experiences, and encourage collaboration to ensure that they foster supportive learning environments where every student feels valued, where every student feels connected. When students are engaged, they are more likely to persist, they are more likely to succeed, and they are more likely to develop a genuine sense of belonging. The second principle is a multiple means of representation. as you see it as the middle one there. This means presenting information in different ways so that all students can access and understand it. For example, lecture notes should be available in accessible digital formats. Videos should have captions. Images should have alternative texts and maybe voiceovers in the form of audios, and learning resources that should be provided in the forms of braille large print audio when necessary. Accessibility should be built into course designs rather than added later as an accommodation. I'd love to repeat this one. Accessibility should be built into course designs than added later as an accommodation. The third principle is the principle of multiple means of action and expression. Students should have different ways to demonstrate what they have learned. Instead of relying solely on traditional written examinations, universities can offer a variety of ways of assessing learners, such as presentations, portfolios, projects, oral examinations, or digital submissions. This allows students to demonstrate their knowledge in ways that reflect their strength while maintaining their academic standards. The key message of this slide is that universal design for learning shifts our thinking from accommodation to inclusion. Instead of asking how we can adjust the system for a few students, we ask how we can design the system so that it works for everyone from the very beginning. Ultimately, the goal is not to simply improve access. The goal is to create universities where every student can participate fully, achieve academic success, and experience a true sense of belonging. That is the promise of universal design for learning, and it is a critical step towards transforming higher education across Africa. Redefining our transformation metrics from compliance to belonging. Rethinking inclusion in higher education. This slide illustrates an important shift that universities across Africa need to make if we're serious about transforming higher education. Traditionally, many institutions have measured success by compliance. The focus has been on meeting legal requirements, ensuring minimum accessibility, and providing accommodation where only when students request them. While these efforts are important, they represent minimum expected of an inclusive institution. Today, we are called to move beyond compliance towards a sense of belonging. Instead of simply having inclusive policies on paper, universities should foster an institutional culture where diversity is valued and every student feels respected, welcomed, and included. Rather than meeting only minimum accessibility standards, institutions should invest in accessible infrastructure that benefits all students from the onset. I will repeat, from the onset. Accessibility should be viewed as an investment in educational excellence rather than additional cost. Another important shift is in staff development. Instead of limited disability awareness trainings, universities should build capacity of all academic support staff to use inclusive teaching practices and provide effective support for diverse students. We also need to move from providing accommodations only when requested to proactively expanding access to assistive technology and support services. Students should not have to struggle before receiving the support they need. The support that these students with disabilities need should be brought to them. They should not have to struggle or beg to get assistance. Teaching itself must evolve. Instead of relying on individual adjustments for a few students, universities should embed universal design for learning across curricula so that learning is flexible, learning is accessible, and engaging for everyone from the very beginning. Perhaps one of the most significant changes is how we measure success. Rather than focusing only on compliance reports and service delivery statistics, we should start asking more meaningful questions. That question could be, do our students really feel that they belong? Do they feel that they belong? I doubt. Measuring students' sense of belonging, participation, engagement, and success provides a richer picture of institutional inclusion. Students should move from being passive recipients of services to becoming active partners in institutional decision making. Their lived experiences should inform policies, services, and campus planning. Finally, universities should not work in isolation. There's a tremendous value in regional collaboration across African higher education institutions. I'm so happy just to realize that UNISA today brought people from across the globe. From yesterday, if you check the list of people who are presenting here, you realize, apart from the people who are online, the list of presenters were people who are from across the globe. So there is tremendous value in regional collaboration across African higher education institutions. By sharing knowledge, resources, innovative practices, and research, we can accelerate progress towards more inclusive universities across the continent. The central message of this slide is simple. Compliance may provide access, but belonging transforms lives. The future of inclusive education, of inclusive higher education, is not defined by whether students can enter our campuses, but by whether they are empowered to participate, to succeed, and to feel that they truly belong. As we transform higher education across Africa, our goal should be to move beyond checking boxes and instead build universities where inclusion is embedded into every policy, into every classroom, and every student experience. Strategic roadmap to 2030, the bridge model. As we look forward to 2030, I propose the bridge model as a strategic roadmap for transforming higher education into an inclusive system where every student can access, participate, succeed, and belong. The name bridge is an acronym that represents the initial letters of the core elements of building a resilient, inclusive, diverse, and growing education bridge. This model is built on 6 interconnected pillars. Firstly, there is inclusive policy and leadership. Universities need strong leadership that embeds inclusion into institutional policies, employed academic and non-academic staff, strategic plans, governance, and accountability. Secondly, accessible learning environments. Campuses should be designed to remove physical, digital, and communication barriers and ensure that all students can participate independently and with dignity. Thirdly, universal design for learning. Teaching, learning, and assessment should be flexible and accessible from the very beginning, recognizing that students learn in different ways. Fourthly, assistive technology and resources. Institutions should invest in assistive technologies and provide learning materials in accessible formats such as Braille, large print, audio, and all accessible digital resources. Student support and well-being. Universities must provide holistic support through disability services, through counseling, through peer mentoring, academic advising, and career guidance to ensure that students not only enroll, but that they strive. Finally, staff capacity building. Academic and professional staff should receive ongoing training in inclusive teaching, in accessibility, disability awareness to create a culture of inclusion across the institutions. Together, these 6 pillars form the bridge model, which provides a practical roadmap for universities to move beyond compliance towards equity, towards success, and towards belonging. The strategic outcomes that come out of the roadmap: increased enrollment and equitable access, higher retention and graduation rates, improved academic performances, greater use of assistive technologies, universal design for learning, accessible infrastructure, enhanced student well-being and belonging, better employment outcomes after graduation, and universities recognized as inclusive centers of excellence. My very last slide. Access opens the university gate. Belonging opens the door to success. Together, they transform higher education into a space where every student can thrive. When disability is proactively considered, it generates signals of belonging, and students really feel included. Thank you.
All the way from Swaziland, we really appreciate your substantial contribution in this discussion. We're so excited, really. There's something that I've learned from your presentation, but the audience, there is Mr. Madiwani, there's something else about this echo. I'm not sure how can we address it.
You're hearing an echo. There seems to be a delay, Dr. Mkuma, from your side, yeah? Dr. Mkuma?
Yes. So when I speak now, a delay, yeah. Yeah, all right. Let us give it to Miss Mama Ho to introduce. Oh, no. Sorry. Let us give the opportunity to Professor Hayford. Professor Hayford. Professor Hayford, we welcome you on the podium. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Am I in tune?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear
Hello.
you, Prof. We can hear you,
Yes,
Prof.
you can proceed, Prof.
Okay, thank you so much. And you can hear me now. Right. Let me apologize for the hiccups.
Prof, we can't hear
Hello?
anything. We can't hear anything.
Hello?
Hello, Prof.
Hello, we can hear
Yes.
you, Prof.
Okay. Is the screen shared?
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
There is no sound, Prof. I don't know if it's only from us or everybody is experiencing the same thing. Dr. Mkuma, can you
Hello?
hear him on your side?
Hello? No, it seems I'm blocked.
No, you are not. It's just it just keeps on, the sound just keeps on vanishing. At some point we
Yeah,
hear
I can
you.
hear you.
Yes, I can.
All right, continue, Prof. Let's see how it goes.
I still have a problem.
We can hear you, Prof.
But have you received my slides?
Yes, Prof. The
So can you
slides
project
are on
it
show
from your
right
end?
now on page 1.
Can you project it now? Yes. What I want to know is, have you
Yes, Prof. The presentation is shared.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And let me again. Yeah, it is echoing.
One of the possible reasons, Prof, could be that you have joined with 2 devices. There is Samuel Hayford and there is Johnny Gojo Hayford. Mr. Madubani, do you think it will assist if we can mute one of the devices?
Dr. Mkuma, so there's 2 devices.
Yes, there is another, is it? Yeah,
No,
there is a Gmail account and there is also a work account.
are they both in the meeting? That's the difference. I only see one. I only see one, Doc.
Yes, they are both in the meeting. Okay, let me see.
Are you not confusing the shared screen by the multimedia?
Okay, let us let us say, I don't know. Johnny, Kosho.
I only see one, Doc.
Oh no, no. I think it's my confusion.
Yeah.
By same email address.
Prof. Hayford,
but
can you?
Why does it appear twice?
Prof. Hayford,
Yeah,
can you hear
you
us?
are right.
We're gonna have to skip, Doc. Time is not on our side. Dr. Mkuma?
So,
yeah, let's move to the next one.
Yes, I'm here, bro.
Let's move to the next one. Even on your side, there's a delay.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, Prof.
Hello. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Prof.
Hello. Hello.
Miss Mamahabo, can I request you to introduce the next speaker while we're still trying to fix the issues regarding the presentation of Prof.
Yeah,
Hayford?
hello.
Let me mute him. Yeah, you can go, sis.
Apologies for this. Comments.
Colleagues, good morning once again. All protocol observed. It was with great honor to introduce our next speaker, presenter, Mr. Eric Temba Mutloung. Eric Temba Mutloung is a high school educator in South Africa, currently pursuing his Master of Education in Inclusive Education at the University of South Africa. He holds a Bachelor of Education degree from the University of the Witwatersrand and a Bachelor of Education Honours from the University of South Africa. His research focuses on family-school collaboration in supporting children with cerebral palsy, reflecting his commitment to advancing equity, access, and belonging in education. Drawing on both his lived experience and academic journey, he offers a grounded and insightful perspective to the African Inclusive Higher Education Summit. Over to you, Mr. Eric Temba Mutloung.
1 2 1 2 1 2 yes 1 2 1 2 yes
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Please proceed, sir. We can hear you.
Ladies and
We can hear you,
gentlemen,
sir. You
good
can
morning.
proceed.
My greetings to those who are with me here in person and everyone online. Those who are here with me in person, you just witnessed what we call adaptation and improvisation when you have a disability. I did not have a ramp to get onto the stage, but I chose to be carried to display exactly this phenomenon. My name is Mr. Eric Temba Mutlong, as introduced. I'm a postgraduate student at this prestigious university. I'm going to be presenting largely on my lived experiences as a person living with cerebral palsy who is also wheelchair dependent. The first few slides are going to introduce me not as an academic this time, but as a person, because it is important that we remember that in South Africa, especially in the Nguni languages, when we greet, we say Sawubona, which means we see you. So it is important then that you know me and you see me beyond this impediment. I was born and raised in the East Rand of Johannesburg, a township called Thokoza. I do not know whether this is the reason why about 90% of the time I'm always happy. Ngiyathokoza for living life and living it to the fullest. I was raised in a family largely of domestic workers and factory workers, strong men and women who did not believe in impossibility, who did not believe in the words, I can't, not especially before you have tried. A largely matriarch influence upon my life, a collection of phenomenal women I've grown to call my army. Like a typical South African family of that time, I was raised with cousins and aunts in a typical four-roomed house in a township of Thokoza. Well, looking at my slides, if you've done developmental psychology, you will notice that it looks somewhat familiar with the stages of development, however incomplete. I've titled this particular slide, Something is Not Quite Right, because when I was born to around 1 year old, everything looked just right. I was like any other ordinary child. At 1 year, 6 months, thereabouts, my family started wondering, what's up with this little one? Why is he not catching up? He's already 1 year and above, but he can't seem to be taking his first steps. And he's still on his tummy, moving around the house with everybody else. However, we can notice that his speech is somewhat well developed. So what's the issue? And just as I said that I was raised in a typical African family, there were a lot of African beliefs and superstitions associated with this challenge that they were seeing in front of them. And they would motivate me time and time again to just go on and stand up. A lot of things were done to try and jolt me to my feet. Some of them I'm told now as an adult in retrospect. One being that once when there was a heavy rain, I was put at the middle of the yard and everybody ran inside and they left me there and said, come, stand up and run to us. None of that worked. They also say they looked for termites, those biting red ants, on a hot summer day and put me on one of the stoops around the yard and said to me, if it hurts, stand up and run to the house. None of that worked. And when I was 2 years old, my late great grandmother, the matriarch of my family, said, no, something is definitely wrong. We need to consult doctors. And it was at this age where I was officially diagnosed with cerebral palsy dysplasia, which meant that I will never walk but use a wheelchair. My upper body is fairly well and good in terms of functions, with a mind as sharp as any or even better. This put my entire family at ease. And the picture that I've shared on this slide is of very important people in my life that I've come to call the brotherhood, because we grew up around the same generation, if not just 1 or 2 apart. The one sitting at my feet there is my younger brother who is with us in the audience today. And the one standing behind me is one of my many cousins, but in our African culture, I would call him my uncle, the one and only that is still standing even today. To them and many other family members, CP was just a medical terminology that did not mean anything to them. Now that you know a bit about me, let me move to the gist of why I'm here today. The title or the subtitle of my presentation is Inclusion Beyond Reasonable Accommodation. Many speakers today and yesterday spoke about how inclusive policies need to be put in practice and how they can help guide various institutions, both of higher learning and there in the basic education. And one of those policies in South Africa that has been the driving force is the it's the reasonable accommodation policy. So what is that monster? Like most of us think about policies as just black and white monsters that we cannot interpret. I took the liberty to summarize what reasonable accommodation policy is. It's a South African government policy approved in 2014 to ensure that persons with disabilities can access work, education, and services on an equal basis by providing necessary adjustments and support. I want to emphasize the following words: adjustments and support. They don't sit well with me as a person living with cerebral palsy or a disability in general, because they make it seem as if I am an afterthought that comes after everything is cast in stone and all that is needed is adjustment, adjusting what is already penned on paper in black and white. The purpose of the policy, which is reasonable accommodation, is to ensure equal participation in work, education, and public services. It requires a proactive employer engagement and includes a wide range of adjustments and assistive measures. It emphasizes inclusive planning, monitoring, and evaluation. I want to reiterate: inclusive planning monitoring, and evaluation, which means persons with disabilities need to not only be included, but considered even at the conceptual stages of whatever transformation or development that we propose as people or as structures. As it was alluded to in my introduction, I have been to two of these countries' most prominent universities, and I'm going to now share my experiences with reasonable accommodation in both institutions. I did my Bachelor of Education degree at the most important address in the entire Braamfontein, 1 Jan Smuts Avenue, Witswatersrand. As you know, Wits University is known as one of the most rigorous institutions in the country. And the slogan, I don't know whether official or coined by students, is Wits gives you the edge. Maneuvering academic and physical, which are infrastructure challenges, made the journey extra tough. I was constantly in between maneuvering and finding myself and finding my way around campus and balancing myself on the edge so that I'm not thrown over, because many students used to say it's either you get the edge or you are thrown over the edge. I was able to graduate with my bachelor's degree in education. But as you know, teaching was historically considered a profession for able-bodied people. So everything around my training was a challenge. Even when I had to get placement for teaching practice, I was very limited in terms of choice because I was only able to go to schools that are already adapted for inclusion, or I only go to schools for persons with disabilities. And me being this odd one out, I always felt caged and restricted. Why special schools? Especially when I'm a product of special schools myself. I wanted to branch out and find myself in the greater society, which maybe is one of the reasons why currently I'm teaching at a mainstream ordinary high school in the township of Thokoza. And I've been there for the past 11 good years and counting. It is through the support of the Disability Rights Unit, and somehow when I checked last week, I was happy with the new identity of the unit. They now added rights. Before, when it was just disability unit, it did not sound right to many of us because it was as if we are of critical condition. We used to liken it to a hospital ward. And maybe the name also made other students shy away from even entering our facilities. Even if we are working with them, some would stand outside and wait for us because they saw it as a no-go area for them since they are not disabled, as this is only a unit for learners with disabilities. Through the support of the unit and my lecturers, I was glad this morning to see Dr. Tanya Baker, who's one of them. Through their support and advocacy throughout campus, I was able to qualify as the first teacher on a wheelchair at Wits University. After I conquered the edge, I then thought to myself, surely this can't be it. There is more to this. My life motto is the sky is not the limit. You can reach the galaxy if you want to, because that is where all the magic happens. And I've always been pushed, both by those around me and myself, to reach even higher. I then enrolled at UNISA, the ship on mountains that does not drown and is not shaken. I did my Bachelor of Education honors, majoring in inclusive education. The distance learning nature was and still is a winning model, especially for me as a person living with a physical disability. In-person exams, when I did my honors, were intentionally or unintentionally conducted at neutrally accessible venues. I remember I wrote my exams for my honors at a local church in Soweto, which was very accessible. UNISA continues to pioneer and refine and as well as adapt distance assessment post-COVID-19 pandemic. As a teacher now, I was shocked because I'm mentoring student teachers that are entering the field as they come in and out of our school to conduct their teaching practice. I was shocked to hear them asking for an hour and 30 minutes in a quiet space as they are writing their exam. And I asked, an exam, are you going to leave and come back? And she boldly said to me, no, it's online. And after that, we had a very long conversation about who invigilates, how, and how is it been. Reasonable accommodation, indirect exclusion, and impact. Here I contrast and compare both universities and the various challenges that I've experienced and how they had an impact on me, but most importantly, on my social life as a person with physical disability. We will start with Wits University. The student bus shuttle. I was doing education, so my campus was in Parktown. But for residents, I had to use the main campus in Braamfontein, since only one resident at that time was wheelchair user-friendly for students on wheelchairs. So I had to use the bus shuttle, the student bus shuttle, from my residence to my campus to attend lectures. Initially, when I enrolled, only one wheelchair accessible bus was in service, and it was traveling on 1 hour intervals. This meant that if I was late by just 5 minutes, I was either too late for my first lecture, or if I wake up even 10 minutes earlier, I was too early for my 8 o'clock lecture. Just to share an anecdote on this matter, at times my fellow students would come to the bus stop, rushing, running, late, some even later than I was. They would find me at the bus stop, catch a bus that is at 15 minutes intervals, and go to campus, which would mean they would be earlier than me, despite finding me at the bus stop, because I was waiting for the 1 hour interval. Backdoor ramps. Because reasonable accommodation policy is what I personally call a reactionary policy to try and remediate what is already in existence. Most of access points or ramps are built and installed on back doors because either they don't fit with the architectural appeal of the building, or it's absolutely impractical to have them at the main door. This created a challenge socially because when working with peers, it was an inconvenience to them since I'll be riding my motorized chair and they will be walking. It also extended time as I had to go around the building, leaving the main door behind me. Stair lifts were installed a few months before I commenced my studies, but these were very much often not in working order because they were imported from outside of the country. And we would wait long periods for spare parts to be flown in, and we would require a technician to then come and fix whatever that is broken and reinstall the stair lift. There is one stair lift that only worked twice for the duration of my degree. As a result, I had to rely on my social skills and liaise with fellow students, especially my male counterparts, who would carry me up and down flights of stairs just to attend a lecture so that I don't fall behind. The dining hall, since I was at res. During the early years, as persons with disabilities, both those on wheelchairs and those who were visually impaired, we were allocated and restricted to the first tables closer to the serving station so that the ladies who cook for us would be able to help and serve us quickly. I remember one incident when we had friends with us and they decided to join us at our table. One of the ladies, innocently, I'm saying innocently because now I realize it was not her shortcoming, but it was a lack of training. She came rushing to our table and said to our friends, "No, no, 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 you can't be here. This is not your table. This is their table. You can't be here. Go to your tables a bit further back from the hall." And we had to stand and say, "No, but these are our friends. They're with us, and we've chosen that we are going to have lunch together today." Moving to UNISA. Although UNISA is an open distance institution, there are moments where you visit campus. And one of those moments is the most important, graduation. When you finally attained that certificate and you want that round of applause so that you soak in the moment of pride. Backdoor access as well. Access to the graduation hall at UNISA is separate from the general public. So if you've got guests accompanying you, it only means that you'll meet each other inside as they have to wait for you to take the round way in. Graduation guest seating. Recently, I attended my beautiful wife's graduation, who is here with us today. When she was graduating with a master's in education, majoring in inclusive education. There are no specific spaces for wheelchairs if you are in the audience. You have to park your wheelchair on the space between the aisles, causing an inconvenience to both the person with disability and other guests as they try and find seats in the hall. The seating when you are graduating. Since there is no direct access from the graduate seating area to the stage, as a person on a wheelchair when you are graduating, you've got no choice but to be on stage with the academic procession. So this, in a way, excludes you from being part of the celebratory movements and songs and ululations with your peers, because you are there with the red gowns and the broad caps. And being a graduate yourself, you would want to behave because you are right in the spotlight, there at the front with the professors and doctors. This is an exclusion at a social level. And we need to think differently about it. Reasonable accommodation, a beginning, not the end. My thoughts and recommendations. Most institutions, both those of learning and in general in our country, seem to have stopped at installing that ramp that ensures that you can go in, building that restroom that is wheelchair user friendly, and they consider that accommodation. According to me, as a person with disability and a scholar, a policy is supposed to be a toolkit that you use to redress injustices. So, reasonable accommodation policy was used to redress injustices towards persons with disabilities. And it should be viewed as a catalyst of gradual and continuous transformation, not a once-off event or a once-off building modification. I think it is meant to culminate in a total whole institution transformation that goes beyond the ramps, beyond the lifts, and beyond the accessible restrooms. I was glad when Dr. Masego, who came just before me, mentioned the issue of student leadership. How many students with disability are enrolled at UNISA? And how many are in the student leadership representing and advocating for the rights of persons with disability? Perhaps these worries are what has compelled me to come back to this institution and specialize in inclusive education, because I figured that at times when you point at the other person, you forget how many other fingers are pointing back at you. So to persons with disabilities out there, my question is, the world might have done things that are unsavory for us, but what are we doing to help transform the very same world that we are part of? As I conclude, allow me to borrow a quote made by the famous James Charlton in his book that was published in 1998. Nothing about us without us. Disability, oppression, and empowerment. There can be no transformation for persons with disabilities without them being involved, without them being part of drawing up the plans and monitoring their implementation, and also evaluating the application of those plans. Here's a side note. Most of the facilities that are said to be adapted for persons with disabilities, from a person on a wheelchair with a disability, they don't fit the bill. You can see that this was possibly designed by someone who had an architectural qualification and went and did maybe a short course in inclusion and integration, and that is just it. Nothing beats lived experience, which is why we need persons with disability to come on board and be vocal, not only during the famous Awareness Month, but throughout and in all spheres. With that, let me just reiterate, nothing about us without us. If you want transformation, involve me, then it will happen. Thank you. Ke a leboha, ngiyabonga. Thank you.
My condition, or we do exchange, I'm not sure if you will ever want to be close to me, because what I am going through is bigger than what you think you see or what you think you know. So we really appreciate your insight into this, Mr. McClure. If Professor Hayford is ready, let us give him podium. Thank you.
Professor Hayford is here. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, you can proceed, Prof.
Right. So can you please share the slides from your end?
Can you see it, Prof?
Dr.
Mkuma, can you see the presentation on your
my
side?
presentation.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, Prof, proceed.
Hello.
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
Yes, we can. Yes. Prof. Yes, Prof. Please proceed.
Right. It's transforming teacher education for equity. Institutional drivers of inclusion whenever Ghana. And if you take the first slide, stating the core objective and the way of the study that I conducted. The presentation is focusing on how a premier pedagogical university in West Africa operationalize diversity and belonging, rather than viewing equity as an abstract policy ideal. This paper analyzes the This paper analyzes the structural machinery established to embed access into the everyday realities of a major public institution in the Global South. To ground this study, I look at the global phenomena of higher education massification across developing countries. Expanding access is widely celebrated. However, rapid enrollment growth often outpaces the infrastructure needed to support marginalized demographics. We'll move to slide 2, and you will look at the introduction or the overview of the study. And with the overview of the presentation, I'm going to talk about introduction that will deal with context and global relevance, problem statement, research questions, theoretical framework, and methods. I will move to institutional architecture, and operational drivers of equity. Then I go to empirical pillars of transformation. We'll do critical analysis and challenges, and I'll come to conclusion. By way of introduction, I am tying in on access to Sustainable Development Goal 4, equity to Sustainable Development Goal 5. And these goals, particularly SDG 4.3, targets equal access to affordable and quality technical vocational and tertiary education, including university. For all women and men by the year 2030. The global response has been fantastic. And over the past 2 decades, student enrollment have gone beyond 269 million, according to UNESCO. However, the achievement is uneven across the globe. For instance, while the gross enrollment ratio reaches 40% globally in 2020, in sub-Saharan Africa, the figure was only 9%. Besides, the proportion of adult age 25 years and above who have completed higher education is half as high among those with disabilities as among those without disabilities. Since most countries within the global south are developing nations, the massification in higher education is occurring without corresponding infrastructure expansion and requisite resources to guarantee access, equity, and the sense of belonging. It is instructive to state that enrollment of persons with disabilities in tertiary education remains low globally. And in Ghana, the key factors affecting enrollment of persons with disabilities in tertiary education include inaccessible infrastructure, geographical background, inadequate learning and accommodations, negative societal attitudes, and financial constraints. This brings me to the core justification for studying the University of Education whenever, the pedagogical multiplier effect. if the premier teacher education university fails to provide an equitable, inclusive environment for its own students who are future educators, then the systemic biases, exclusions, and gaps will persist and become entrenched in the national education system. Transforming University of Education is therefore a prerequisite for transforming education in Ghana. Slide 3, program statement and research questions. The problem this paper addresses is the gap between policy rhetoric and campus reality. Why African universities frequently sign progressive diversity treaties, implementation of them stalls due to decentralized bottlenecks. This study answers two guiding questions. How does UW structurally embed equity and belonging into its core institutional architecture? What specific operational initiatives and structural challenges define this institutional transformation journey? Slide 4, theoretical framework and methodology. I approach these questions through a qualitative single study design. My theoretical lens couples intersectionality framework with higher education massification theory. This allows me to observe how variables like gender, disability, and regional socioeconomics intersect to compound student marginalization. Education massification theory describes the massive, rapid expansion of higher education enrollment worldwide, driven by scholars like Orbach and Salmi. It highlights the tension between providing widespread access and maintaining institutional quality. Noting that funding and infrastructure often fail to keep pace with soaring student numbers. Intersectionality, as coined by legal scholar Crenshaw 1989, is an analytical framework explaining how multiple social identities like race, gender, and class overlap to compound discrimination. Methodologically, I analyze administrative documents, institutional reviews, and strategic mandates spanning the university's newly minted 2025 to 2030 corporate strategic plan and verified claims against external regulatory frameworks, including GTEC and the Inclusive Education Policy 2015. We move to slide 5, the institutional architecture. That is the policy level. Transformation of the university begins at the policy apex. In its 2025 to 2030 corporate strategic plan, the university explicitly anchored its mission. Its vision on excellence through innovation, inclusion, and sustainability. Management did not leave this as a vague slogan. They formally codified access, equity, and inclusion as one of the 5 primary development pillars of the entire university system. This top-down mandate, legally and financially, justification every subsequent equity initiative on the campuses. Slide 6, operational drivers of equity. To ensure this policy, the university relies on a specialized tripartite operational framework. 1, the Directorate of Gender Mainstreaming handles gender parity audits, mentorship pipelines, and strict reporting protocols for sexual and gender-based violence. Second, the Department of Special Education acts as an institutional advocate, overseeing digital literacy tracks and protecting the rights of students with disabilities. Third, the Institute for Educational Research and Innovation Studies, IRIS, acts as the empirical engine translating campus data into public lectures and national advocacy. Slide 7, empirical pillars of transformation. We have 4 pillars. One is socio-digital equity. How do we ensure that those who don't have are supported to also participate in this digital space? We have programs like the Azubi Tech Seminars, bridging the double marginalization of gender and digital poverty by giving female students and those students with disabilities advanced digital competencies. When it comes to physical infrastructure, the University of Education has engaged in systematic campus retrofitting, and the modification of buildings and library facilities to meet accessibility targets. The university also has a Braille library unit, which has dedicated materials in accessible formats for persons with visual impairments. Third is pedagogical circularity. The university recently initiated an ultramodern university inclusive model basic school on campus. This creates a live loop where student teachers practically master inclusive pedagogy using smart classrooms before graduation. Besides, lecturers have received training in the application of inclusive pedagogies such as UDL, reasonable accommodations, and differentiated instructions. In terms of resource mobilization, university goes through targeted corporate partnerships with entities like Ghana Gas. The university has secured and scaled up free assistive technology for learners with visual and hearing impairments. Slide 8, critical analysis and ongoing challenges. Having said all this, we are not saying we have achieved inclusion and we have promoted belonging to the level that is expected. First, our 35 decentralized distance studies centers across the country will not experience the same digital and physical accessibility as the campus, the main campus. Therefore, distance learners will frequently face a sense of isolation from these centralized equity resources. Second, while the university has achieved laudable gender parity of 50% female enrollment, women still remain severely underrepresented in disciplines like mathematics and science education tracks. There is also the issue of funding sustainability. Relying heavily on corporate partnerships for assistive technology exposes equity to external upheavals. On slide 9, conclusion and global policy takeaways. In conclusion, the case of the University of Education Winneba offers 3 vital lessons for global higher education. First, policy is meaningless without dedicated, structurally autonomous units like Directorate of Gender Mainstreaming and Department of Special Education to enforce them. Second, teacher education institutions must build live, inclusive laboratory ecosystems to break the intergenerational cycle of exclusion. Third, the University of Education proves that even within resource constraints environments of the Global South, strategic alignment with national regulatory standards like the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, GTEC, can successfully turn equity rhetoric into measurable institutional action. Thank you so much for your time and attention. The floor is now open for questions. Thank you.
Prof, Prof, thank you so much for sharing insight into this transformation summit. The Prof Hayford.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. We will take the questions for all the presenters. So ever since we started in the morning, we requested the audience to note the questions so that after your presentation or after this presentation, then we'll entertain or respond to the questions. Thank you so much, Professor Hayford.
Thank you. Thank you. And I apologize again for the technological hiccups.
No, that is not a problem, Prof. That is the era we are living in, and technology is part of the system.
Thank you.
We fully understand that, Prof. Thank you.
Dr. Mkuma, can we move to the questions and answers?
Colleagues and guests, this is now time for questions. I wish to request you, as we did yesterday, that yes, we can. Can you hear me?
Yes. There's a delay on your side, Dr. Mkuma.
Mr. Madubana, can I ask you to proceed with questions and answer? Yes. Can I ask you to proceed with the questions and answers? Thereafter, you can proceed to Professor Malahlela for the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We'll now move to the questions and answers. I believe that everybody was jotting down questions, comments, inputs as presenters were busy presenting. So now the floor is open. I've got microphones on the floor. Just raise your hand and then the microphone will come to you. The floor is open. Even if you want to say thank you for a good presentation, it's fine. Somebody there?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I am Ntando.
Sorry. Let us please say our names and where we come from as we ask questions and comments.
Okay. I am Ntando, and I'm from the Odell Acceleration Unit. I just wanted to commend Mr. Matlong. I really appreciated his presentation yesterday, as I was a part of this summit or seminar rather. My question was always around representation, that who represents the differently abled in the SRCs? Do they have representation? Who speaks for them in those meetings? Because I believe that there's no one who will be able to speak for them the way that they would. So yeah, that just really affirmed my thinking and just what I was thinking about yesterday as I was part of this. So yeah, I really appreciate his presentation, and I really hope that there will be representation for them in such structures. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Somebody else? Silence.
Okay, I will just ask
Yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Taste of your own. Okay.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, Program Director. I am Lofu Simon from the Department of Inclusive Education here. My question is directed to Dr. Maseko. And
There is a hand.
So Dr. Maseko, thank you for sharing or just giving us a glimpse of what is happening in in Swaziland in terms of inclusive education. So what I want to check is, at the moment, is there any intervention being implemented either by maybe the government, civil organizations, just to try and provide access to students experiencing disabilities, as you have indicated? And if there's any, could you please also share if maybe they are working or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Simon. Unfortunately, Dr. Maseko has left. But I think we can pass the message to her so
Okay.
that she can respond. Yeah, thank you. Anyone else before we move to online? There's a hand there, Sama.
Thank you. My name is Takan Masuga from the Department of Leadership and Transformation. I just want to expand on the critical point highlighted by Mr. Matlong in respect of the student representation. I think the systems regarding the representation of students in the SRC as it stands currently is discriminative because each time you would be fighting for a disability portfolio in the SRC, you then be told that you need to go and contest just like other student movements do. And that becomes a serious challenge because you are talking to a community which is less represented. I mean, the composition is limited. Let's take, for instance, you have a community of students with disabilities, which is composed of maybe 3,000 to 4,000, which should compete against 300,000 students. So they will never make it to the SRC, even making a seat in the SRC, a parliament or student parliament. So when I was still in the student forums then, we wrote a proposal which should serve the Senate and the Council, that at least let us have a disability portfolio within SRC that is not contested broadly, but that is contested within the community of students with disabilities, so that students with disabilities themselves can elect somebody or a representative within their community to represent them in the SRC. But since that matter has fallen into the cracks, students with disabilities still do not have people who can represent them in the SRC. But you go to other universities, you know, your TUT, because when I was doing this benchmark, the system is different. They would even go to an extent of having 2 disability portfolios in the SRC, which are not contested for broadly, but that are contested for in the student community of students with disabilities. I think when we are transforming student leadership, those are the areas we should be considerate of, so that we don't find ourselves further discriminating students with disabilities. Because when there's a matter to be discussed in council in respect of disability, you can't be able to represent a student with disability if you are not well informed about matters of students with disabilities. So it is therefore important that a student representative who has a disability must find expression in that platform, be it council, be it the Senate, because in the council, there would be somebody like the SSG, the Secretary General of the SRC, or the President of the SRC. But if that Secretary General or the President of the SRC goes with a student representative with a disability, then you have a capacitated representation. When matters of students with disabilities are discussed, they will be able to find a critical expression in such decision-making platforms.
Thank you so much. I hope that the message is landing well to those in positions of power, those who have responsibilities, the SRC offices. Indeed, we cannot be making decisions for people when they are not on the table to tell us how they want things to be done, how they should be done. And I think this phrase keeps on coming and again about things not being done without them. Any other hand? Online. Yeah, I'm gonna go to online just now. Chantel? Nothing from you? Okay. I think we can move to online. We saw a couple of comments. Yes, Mr. Mutlung's hand is up.
Yes, there's a hand here from.
Yeah, let's hear from Mr. Mutlung first.
Good morning or good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. Just before we go to the online questions, here's a little snippet that I want to add onto the cake that I was layering there. The inclusion should not only be student focused, it should be a holistic, whole institution focused, because recently I attended a post-grad workshop seminar. It was a 3-day seminar where they were discussing different issues relating to postgrad, your proposal writing, academic writing, and also funding that is available for students who are doing postgrad, and including the library facilities. So every time they would get to the aspect of students with disabilities, you would always be referred to, for students with disabilities, you can click here, or you can contact this person who will assist you in converting whatever you need. So it's like, it feels somewhat patched. It was not integrated into the whole presentation, so to speak. And that is something that maybe as institutions we need to question and try and avoid, to always be inclusive minded, even when we conduct our outreach programs. For example, I doubt that a number of persons with disabilities here at UNISA are even aware that there's an SRC. And I doubt that they're even aware how they can be part and parcel of that organization. Why? Because almost always everywhere, not only at UNISA, persons with disabilities are always considered as an afterthought or a patch. And we need to shy away from that.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlo. I see there's a hand on Teams. Professor Ntombela, you may come through. Prof. Ntombela, unmute your mic and
Thank you, Mr. Madubanya, and good afternoon to everyone. First, I just want to congratulate the colleague. My mic is unmuted.
yeah, you're very audible.
The college and the department. Okay. I think there's a delay, a significant delay between my talking and what is aired. But anyway, I want to congratulate the college and the department for this summit, and Prof. Magube for driving this. I don't have a question, just a few comments. The first one is that inclusion requires a lot of money. It is an expensive venture, but being exclusive is even more expensive, far more expensive, because it means we leave many people behind. And we rob them of their development, we rob them of a future. So we can't afford not to be inclusive. I think it's just something that we need to drive when we speak to those who hold the purses, that failure to be inclusive is far more expensive. So we don't have a choice. And I think the second issue that I want to comment on is the importance of making sure that inclusion is not limited to a department or a unit. We should do everything possible to make it permeate everything that is done in higher education, in basic education as well. So it should be mainstreamed. And that has been the talk for a long time, but I don't think we are making strides in realizing that goal. And lastly, I want to thank Mr. Motlong for his presentation. It was really touching. It reminded me as an inclusive education lecturer many years ago, where I taught inclusive education. and only became aware of a student who had a visual disability during exams. All along, I was busy talking about how teachers should be aware, how they should pay attention, but right there in front of me, there was a student who had a visual disability and I didn't see. So yeah, there's a long way to go, but we've come a long way up also. So I just want to say, let us not lose heart. We press on. Eventually, we will get it right. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. I see a hand of Prof. Hayford. Let's hope technology will behave this time. Prof. Hayford, unmute your mic.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're on the floor.
Thank you so much. And I have unmuted.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Thank you so much. And let me appreciate the organizers for this wonderful conference. Yeah, I want to say something on the SRC representation and persons with. Yeah.
Prof.
I have already commissioned my students, for instance, to do a study on participation of students with disabilities in student governance. One thing that I want to indicate is that we need to look at functionality in terms of the person going to be accepted and represent the group. If we continue to isolate and say, okay, because they are minority, they should elect their representation. We are all indicating that when it goes, it will represent those minority abilities. And so if for the beginning, we want to do that, at the end of the day, we are talking about inclusion. So inclusion would therefore mean individuals with disabilities must present themselves in such a way the general public will have faith and trust in them, and therefore give them opportunity to participate successfully in leadership. And so whatever arrangement we put in place, we should continue to do research to see whether it is working or it is not working. Inclusion as a process needs accompanying research. Let me cut it down here because of technological delays and problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Prof. If there's no hand on the floor, I would love to move to YouTube. Okay. All right, I'm moving to YouTube to read what the online participants have said. The first one, Nokutula. Thank you, Prof. Sefoto, for your presentation. Very informative. US Jacob, this is an opportunity to learn how to advance inclusive education. Another one, profound, thanks so much. The same person again, passionate about inclusive education, thanks for the excellent presentation. Another one says profound. The next one says profoundly very important. Zaki Mabele, thank you so much for the incredible presentation. Both sessions were on fire. The presenters were well prepared and it was super insightful. Oyingwenya, Prof. Hayford, he says that Prof. Hayford is muted. The next one, thank you for clarifying the principles of universal design. And then the next one says incredible. Thank you, Dr. Maseko, for such an insightful presentation and call to action. The transformation is achievable. Next one. Thank you, Dr. Maseko, insightful and challenging. Next one. Will these presentations be available? Yes, we will definitely share these presentations. The next one. What a thoughtful, provoking, eye-opening and well-balanced presentation, Dr. Maseko. We are super proud of you, Doctor. Eswatini is privileged to have a gem of your caliber within our sector. Shine, Doctor. Next one, thank you, Prof. Maguve and other organizers. I think they're talking about me as well. We learned a lot. Presenters were well prepared and informative. Next one, a massive thank you to all presenters for well articulated and insightful presentations. I have learned, unlearned, and relearned quite a lot. And a special thank you to Dr. Maseko for the invitation. And then there's another one of clapping hands. Thank you for being a voice and defining in depth what reasonable accommodation means, Mr. Mutloung. We still need to do more. Wow, what an insightful presentation and truth. And then there's another one of an emoji of love, a heart, and an aeroplane. I think they're saying, let's fly high. Next one, special thanks to Mr. Mutloung for letting us know that nothing about us without us. Next one, how to pose our questions on YouTube stream? Okay, I don't know how because the comment is exactly for that, the comment section. The next one, I would like to sincerely thank the Department of Inclusive Education for this informative session. I truly appreciate the time, effort, and valuable insights that were shared by the presenters. And the last one, I would like to thank Prof. Maguve for inviting me to this wonderful summit. It was really an eye-opener, especially as a teacher in Department of Basic Education. A special thanks to all who made these two possible. Those are the comments and inputs from YouTube. Thank you, everybody. Our program director has unfortunately stepped off the podium. He says he's not feeling well, so he said that I must pass his regards. He says thank you very much for having been with him for the entire journey of this session. I think now I can ask Prof. Malahlela to come in to do the vote of thanks and closure. Prof. Malahlela?
Thank you very much, Mr. Maduvanya, and good afternoon, everyone. Maybe you should see me, I don't know. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Or must I close the video?
Yeah, today's network is not loving us, Prof. But continue.
There is an echo, but anyway, I will continue. Okay, thank you so much. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation and honor to our UNESCO UNISA Chair of Inclusive Education, Professor O.M. Magube, whose visionary leadership has been the driving force behind this distinguished gathering, which is about the African Inclusive Education Higher Education Summit, and then transforming universities for equity, access, and beyond. I also would like to extend my sincere appreciation to our program director, Dr. I.L. Mukuma, for directing this program in a very exceptional way. Thank you, Dr. Mukuma, for your unwavering support. I am deeply indebted again to our sign language interpreters, Ms. Winnie Mawai and Ms. Sophie Mabaso, for their instrumental service in ensuring accessibility and inclusivity through their sign language interpretations. My heartfelt thanks go to our great presenters for their scholastic contributions in this event. Professor Sefoto for his insightful exposition on neurodiversity, Dr. Baker for her insightful reflections on the power of possibility, Dr. Maseko for enlightening us about transforming Eswatini higher education for students with visual impairments, Mr. Mutloung for your enriching and touching narrative from your lived experiences and how adaptations and improvisations were carried out for you to ensure that you finally obtain your desired academic qualifications. Mr. Mutloung's presentation was titled Inclusion Beyond Reasonable Accommodation. Thank you so much for diligently sharing this valuable information with us, Mr. Mutloung. I also want to thank Professor Hayford for, although you experienced technical difficulties trying to log in and so forth, you finally made it. Thank you very much for your informative presentation based on institutional drivers for inclusion. We really appreciate you, Prof. Hayford. I acknowledge with appreciation again Professor Mapula Tobejani for her commendable role in introducing our presenters and guiding them to the podium with dignity. Thank you again to Ms. Mamuhubo for taking the baton from Prof. Mapula Tobejani and introducing the remaining speakers for us and or presenting them to us with excellence. You are highly appreciated, Ms. Mamuhubo. Thank you so much. I'm equally appreciative of all participants who engaged actively in the question and answer session. Your thoughtful interventions and constructive feedback significantly enriched the discussion and provided clarity on critical issues. I would like to thank the students who dedicated their time to attend this summit, thereby affirming their commitment to the ideas of inclusive education. My sincere thanks again are also conveyed to the organizers of this summit, the administrative and support staff from the Department of Inclusive Education, and special thanks to those who tirelessly offered technical support to ensure the success of this event, specifically their team leader, Mr. Madubanya. Thank you very, very much. I would also like to finally extend my gratitude to all colleagues from the Department of Inclusive Education for their unwavering support. Our chair of the department, Professor J.M.C. Mutizwe, who supported us in ensuring the success of this wonderful summit, as well as our esteemed guests from other departments within UNISA and from universities, both locally and internationally. I have noticed the presence of Professor Ntombela. Thank you very much, Prof, for creating time to come and be with us. Your colleagues from all around South Africa, from other universities, from UNISA at large. Thank you very much for your presence and contributions, and your contributions have elevated the prominence and success of this summit. You are highly appreciated, every one of you. Thank you very much. And with that having said, I don't know if I'm leaving out someone else, but I would like to say thank you to every one of you who managed to come and attend this summit. You made it a success. You made it what it is or what it has been. And thank you very much. And may God richly bless you. With this having been said, I would like to say thank you so much and have a beautiful and blessed day going forward. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.